Well, this is where I was. Okay, we're cross-examining Starbuck. Who is, of course, a Battlestar Galactica reference. Oh, he was doing this thing. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown 80. There's a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? So I was also just seeing a thing. Let me confirm this quickly, and then... Apparently the main writer changed for Dual Destinies, and I was thinking that it did seem a bit different. I wish it would tell me. Maybe I'll try and find this as Wikipedia. Yeah. Writers. Where's the writer? There's one writer for Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. And there's 3 writers for this one, which is interesting. Shu Takumi, which... Let me just check his works. Yeah, so he wrote the original trilogy in Apollo Justice. And then he also wrote the Great Ace Attorney and the Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright crossover. And he wrote Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Interesting. He also wrote Resident Evil, he helped plan Resident Evil 2, sorry. And he directed Dino Crisis 2 and was lead planner, event director for Dino Crisis 1. Well, that's interesting, because I did notice that the writing was a little bit different in this one. So we do have a different lot of writers for this game. Because that's what I was noticing with the... Oh, every time it's like I have to turn this thinking around and that. I'm sort of like, yeah, that's normally what happens. But it's not so blatant a thought process in the others. You just have to think of it. And I thought, okay, maybe it's an Athena thing, but now Apollo's doing it. And like, yeah, some of the jokes ongoing, it's like, yeah, come up with a new gimmick for Trucy, please. The panty thing was fun for one game. It's getting a bit old now. Whoops, it must have pressed something. Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to increase. Alright. Just in case. They were going the other way. What was it saying? 80%. The defenders had 80%. And the tanks were damaged to be easy. Right? The tank could be damaged just for the readout. So that means that the rest is accurate. Like, we can't use that as a judgment. They were going the other way, sounds like what they're going for though. Because the tank's being damaged, we only have evidence of one rupturing. Maybe they were escaping in the opposite direction. Opposite direction? It makes no sense. Like, how rewinding a video makes things look like they're repairing themselves. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that. We're already trying to say the victim was carrying the defendant. So that wouldn't make sense. So the tanks were damaged? The answer is simple. The tanks were damaged. Ah. Silence. I don't think the problem is with the tanks. But with your eyes, Justice Duncan. Shouldn't report the tanks were functioning properly. Look. It's amazing how diligent reporting can come back to bite you in the rear. And it's amazing how your diligent negligence came back to bite you in the rear too. Look. I need to get back in the Ace Attorney brain. I've been in a completely different track lately. The victim was carrying the defendant, which by itself as a statement is not a, like, thing, because that doesn't really explain why it went up. How am I supposed to know that's it? What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honour, both men had their helmets on in this footage. Oh, he was carrying the defendant, right. And it turns out this is where our base assumptions went astray. I assume that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran. Oh, I have to get through the yawns again at the start. Dang nabbit. I wasn't yawning all day, and now, oh, you're talking on stream. I assumed it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. It would what? Order, order, Mr. Justice. You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? He was the one protecting the samples, wasn't he? Because the body has the sample container next to it. Do I have the picture of that? Doesn't seem like it. It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honour. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. I was also thinking that one of the tanks filled up the other one while they were helping each other because they thought that, like, they saw the rupture starting and so they emptied it into the other one and that had 30% left. That could also be an explanation. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right! There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
Silence, that was it. How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How he descended the ladder with his arms full.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. I mean, it's not proof. It's one possible explanation. I would also be open to other possible explanations, Apollo. And opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Having different writers also explains why it's gone a bit different time, chronologically wise. Because we've gone with the later case first, and then we're sort of filling in up until that point where all the cases in between. Not that I mind that as set up as much, but it kind of's like, well, I know the outcome to this one. Candace Arm's gonna die. The bomb's gonna go off in the courtroom. Score. Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please shut Detective Arm to the side? It's him again. I have an announcement, everyone. Wait, why is he speaking in his normal voice? He's not typing into his thing. That was his whole bit when he was in the first case. Well, what's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. But please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but, it's about to explode. Oh, we're interrupting the case this early. Explode. A bomb now? Oh, everybody run! I don't want to die! Oh no, everybody's panicking.
Silence.
Silence. Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. What about Mr. Starbuck's dream, and who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, there's no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch, let me go. Apollo! Juniper, she hasn't evacuated yet. Heck, Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no, not that way. Oh, damn! We got the explosion already. I thought we'd be like right near the end of the case and then we get the explosion. Be continued. So did the case to find the bomb, so I guess we're going to be starting off right after the bomb here. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. See? Okay, I was kind of expecting to see phony Fanty, it be presented as evidence, then it be examined, and then it starts ticking and it explodes. They seem to cut that short. I'm not sure why. I thought there'd be more build-up. I'd be getting there with the case. You might even have another investigation section and then it blow up. I guess that the bomber was impatient. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Yeah, we know this from the first case. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Tetanate. It's possible he wasn't looking for stuff connected to the bombing as much at all, but rather looking for stuff in the room that would point towards anything for the defending Clay Terran as well. And then he found stuff that helped with the case. Okay, the 19th of December, 21 past 3. You write anything agency. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy, being attacked by Tetanate like that on top of all his other injuries. I'm curious about something. Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. Oh, of course. Of course he's at the Hickfield Clinic. Yeah, we've got a bit to go. That's fine. I was just thinking, how many cases is there in this? Because we're now meeting up at the crux of the chronology, so therefore cases should be after the bombing stuff now. I've had some experience with that place myself. Yes. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. Yep. Pass on that Phoenix Wright invincibility. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Because it's the dark age of the law. Alright, enough of this, people. There's no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the only one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities! Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo's Space Center case, of course. Has no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Good. Now that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? We better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? It's interesting we're in Phoenix's perspective again now. Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm going to bake some cookies. I'm filling my magic panties for you. Can you go one scene without mentioning your panties? Please, Trucy. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back! Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents in my bag. Somehow she's internally feeling happy. I don't know if it's just flavor, but it's like, well, sounds more like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that too. Alright, you two, let's be careful out there. Alright, let's do this. He's going to be defended by the legendary Phoenix Wright. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him. That's right, he's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now, I'm all excited to meet the man. She learnt it at the case. Don't go patting her back too much. Oh yeah. His yawns were contagious. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. Unless that's sus. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he's seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. To the stratosphere and beyond! He just slumps at the end. He's a very depressed boy. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? Alright, the case. So you have no memory at all of the incident? I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Can turn it up a little bit. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? Hey, you got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know. Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle? That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more so than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah. See, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you. Exactly, that's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say they even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small, like about the murder weapon, for example? That knife, I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah. Staff who work on machinery, a lot are given those special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you can prove whose knife it is. Okay, but that's useful. That narrows it down to technicians that would have the utility kits. Narrows down the band of suspects. And I mean, if Yuri was one of those. There we go. Woman Snuffleupagus. The Hat One Miracle. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right, it was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kinds of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. Oh, I thought I was a goner. I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat One Miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But also, you could be an alien. That's also quite possible. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on forever, and ever, and ever, without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. That was a cool bit of sound design stuff they did there. An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way! Of course not. Even now I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. Yeah, but surely you'd be like, fix your rockets, bro. With Yaksa in the way. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless. Which I have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Aren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier. An unknown world. I mean, we also haven't fully explored the ocean. People tend to forget that. But it's true. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim, Clay Terran, he was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like Master and Apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. Oh, what a combination they must have been. Hey, Hamster Asteroid! You're back with Ace Attorney. Let's go! With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine," I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine. We've heard that before. I was reflecting on this a little bit, Hamster, going, some of the writing's a little bit more repetitive in Dual Destinies. Not that it wasn't repetitive in ways before, but I really noticed with this game. You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine and you're fine all the time too. Which is something else I just introduced in this game. And I always feel encouraged too whenever I hear him shout. Yeah, Claire and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. You're fine? Oh no! What did you do? Run a red light? One day out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Was it? Probably was. I just bundle it all together in my brain. I know he pep talked himself up with the chords of steel, but I didn't remember specifically "I'm fine" amongst the dialogue. But that's fun. So I guess it's one of those things that's like maybe I didn't notice it as much because it wasn't seemingly repeated so much. You're doing the voice change, okay. You know what we got it for the voice change here is we have the wheel of the voices that are in the voice changer program. We spin that and see what we get. If it's one that's unintelligible, I just spin it again. BattleBot, apparently. Yeah. I wrote it manually. I have a list, actually. It's in Google Drive. Yep. This is intelligible enough. Stuff for strings. Yeah. So I did this so I kept it. In case the wheel ever mugged up, I have the list here. Because then I go for the voice changer program I got. It's funny playing around with the voices sometimes. Use all your points on it. That's your prerogative. Now, how long did I say I was going to do this for again? Yeah, 5 minutes. I was double checking it. I have a thing that tells me the time, so I can see that alongside it. Can I pop this out? Pop out real quick, that might be easier. Stick that there. Do this here. Boom. Boom. Alright. Where's my thing? Let's go back here. Alright. I'm gonna throw myself off of here myself. Hang on. Now I can't hear myself, but the voice changer is on. I can only hear my own sweet dulcet tones. Those two hung around the Space Center so much, they were like a part of the staff. One time during zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit. And the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. They do go a lot further with these traits in this one, at least. Like the panties thing was in Apollo Justice as well, but it seems like in this you can't have a scene without Trucy mentioning panties. She almost made it the last scene, but then she had to mention them still. Stuff like that. I still enjoy the cases and stuff, but I'm finding that I do notice some of the writing's a bit different. Which I did look up and notice that Chu Takumi was not writing from Dual Destinies, so this makes sense as well. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Got some questions to him. I wonder how this sounds. Oh, that's weird. Okay. What did you manage to ask him? Oh, since that's phrased in a way that's like you managed to get some questions to him. Okay, you know what that means is that the old voice... Oh boy. The old voice change gets superseded by the new ones. Oh, 4-2. Well, let me check which one that was once I do the voice changer again. Calichu. Exterminate. Upgrade. What's this one? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That one's going now. So the old one is done, and now you get this one. So 4-2. I don't remember them just based off of the numbers. Let me have a squeeze. Turnabout corner. I was probably just talking about it, but in reference to a lot of things. That's the wacky stuff, right? The big panty stuff. No, I had to remind myself that wasn't the first case. I guess the first case... Oh yeah, the first case was Christoph Gavin being convicted. And then it was that. Yeah, that's alright. Sometimes it all just turns into one big storyline in my head, and I don't separate it by this was this case. Especially when it's been a little bit. So yeah. When they introduced all the panty stuff and the Wesley Stickler panty stuff, I feel like that was good for that case. And then it could be toned down a bit more. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna see in perspective. I definitely like the original trilogy more than Apollo Justice. And this one I'm gonna wait till I finish it to say for sure. I'll say the original trilogy is the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Was put in the first three. So, sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. He actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But the prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine! Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine! Everything is going to be alright! Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine! Come on, Mr. Wright! You too! Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you! For the Phoenix Wright is fine! Not getting you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Turn around for tomorrow? Yeah, okay. I'll see when that one comes up. Oh, yeah. Don't think I remember the names of the cases. I looked up just before. Okay, how many cases are there? Okay, there's 2 more after this one. I was wondering how close I was to the end. It should be working. Can't you hear it? Oh. You should be able to hear. It wasn't... Oh, it's not coming up in my audio devices. And that's because I had it on so I could hear myself, and that goes through the headphones. I think my streaming software opened before I opened the voice changer program. So I was looking at the timer and assuming it worked. But it works now, but I don't want to hear myself when it's working because it throws me off. Except for I can't do much about that right now. That's a bummer. Now my timing's all off with that. Damn. Well, it works now, I guess. Got scanned? Well, I can go for another 5 minutes. I think it works for the voices, for the characters though. The voice changer would throw it off a bit for the voices, honestly. But yeah. No, it's all ephemeral channel points used for whatever. Which one of them is pick a game? So it could be interesting. No, I wasn't hearing myself before, so I was just going like normal and thinking it was on. I'm just annoyed that it doesn't pick up the voice when I turn it off. I have to make sure that... I'd have to restart the stream if I was fixing it that way, but okay, let's go. And now that's a mess in my ear holes. That's better. I can't hear myself now. But it also blends together in a mess because I talk a bit quickly maybe. Making it hard to understand even more. Anyway, Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly. And that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. Man, that is echoey. My pretty. Yeah, it's good for that. It sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto. Good idea. Let's go. I guess a compromise. I'll do the rest of the time with the other voice. Because you wouldn't be able to hear this one either before, properly, when I turned it off. So I'll go to 10 minutes with this one as the timer that's on the thing there. There should be investigation. Actually, let's see if we save it. Day 1. So we had the bombing. We've come out. Now we're in the present day, post the bomb going off and post the first case. So then this is the first day of investigation of Athena and Phoenix investigating. Because the last part was Apollo was just given all the evidence as court went on. Look, our attorney's badge. So, what do you think about this? The evidence is gonna get me convicted. No. It's my attorney's badge. I was hoping it would reassure you that we're here to defend you. Evidence isn't just for the prosecution. It can help prove a person's innocence, too. Ha ha ha! That's a positive spin on things. I thought that was common knowledge. Comic relief attorney. That's a bit disappointing, but with all of what's going on, she's sort of already comic relief in some ways here. I'll see what you mean when I play it, but she's already comic relief with her facial expressions and stuff and some things. Alright. Entrance. Okay. I'll see then. It's also possible that they just didn't know what to do with their character. And so they were like, well, Okay, she's that. She sort of has to be there because you can't ignore her, but we don't know what to do with her. That's kind of how I feel like Clavier was in the last case. They were like, oh, we want him to appear, but we don't know how to do it. So he's just there, and he helps provide some evidence. Okay. Turn that voice changer off now. That should be fine. It's 10 minutes, so that's like sort of both of them that I did. Yeah, it seems like some of them are made just to be like, okay, they're there, when they could have just not written them in. Yeah, I have noticed that so far we've had Blackwell for every single case. And something I really liked about the original trilogy was the change up of prosecutors between Payne, Miles, Francisca, Manfred, and all that. It seemed like it, for, at least my memory of it seems like they changed them up more. 19th of December anyway. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place this space center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? Athena, you didn't think to mention this in court during the trial. They were talking about the bombs being put on the rockets and going, oh, it was locked, so they couldn't get there. But what about this? oh, so check it out. Look at how brightly the Gaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Not NASA. Although, it's the... whatever the Japanese one was. Oh, what was it? JAXA, that's it. Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. This is what Jaylan was linking last time, but I might as well show again. The JAXA, with the bit of a star and rocket motif, it's a legit Japanese aerospace exploration agency. So that's pretty, that definitely was drawing the parallel there. I wouldn't have known if not for Jayland. Huh, interesting. JAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is GA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. It's probably a Japanese thing, or hey. But if you're gonna do GAXA, then the G, the Y, and the A would stand for something. Not just make GA all the same. Yeah, the localizers are stressing. Yeah, the localization of this will be tricky in some ways. Which, if you ask me, I've abbreviated it to GAXA or even Gaia. Ha! Gaia! Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's what I was saying as well, I think. I guess so. Oh, I know, maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility, it's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race, whoever this is. Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead! Oh boy. The music! Yeah, the deja vu stuff is probably similar stuff in original trilogy. I did have a break between playing the original trilogy and this trilogy, so some stuff was like, yeah, there is something saying. Yikes, who's this geezer? What's he want? Look upon me and look well, behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are... My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. Okay. Bro, straight out of some anime. I mean, that literally is an anime game, but... Just look at that outfit. He's got little Mario superstars on buttons. I'm the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos. Bobster and Jinxie. I don't think I've met Bobster yet, have I? I love his music though, this is fun. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. Bobby. Well, obviously I don't remember him too well. I'll know when I see his face. Oh. Fulbright. I forgot his first name. He keeps being referred to as Fulbright or Fulbright. I forgot his first name. Never mind. Brain at the moment. It says it right there. If this person in the space is a Space Center's director, then that means I am Mickey Mouse. Aha! So you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? A student exchange US program or US program? I guess US program. Interesting. The more you know. He's a hero for justice after all. And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. Yeah, and his name keeps coming up as Fulbright, and no one refers to him as Bobby. The Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos. There's actually a Fulbright program. Well, it's Aussie American. I never knew about this. Flagship foreign exchange scholarship program of the United States of America, aiming at increasing binational research collaboration, cultural understanding, and the exchange of ideas. Born in the aftermath of World War II, the program was established by Senator J. William Fulbright in 1946 with the ethos of turning swords into plowshares, whereby credits from the sale of surplus US war materials were used to fund academic exchanges between host countries and the US. Oh, this is J. William, so that must be his father. This is 100% a reference. I never knew about this. Because it came up with Australian American Fulbright Commission. Interesting. J.W. Fulbright, yeah. Well, I believe it. And foreshadowing? Oh, yeah, there's probably a bunch of foreshadowing in the games that you don't notice until later. And Detective Candace Arm. Well, that is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. Gonna go on about being a man discovering him. Yeah, have fun, hamster. I'll see you when you're back. But this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the space police? Oh yeah, baby, the space police exist! Let's go! I've got my badge to prove it. You can't tack the word space onto just any odd thing, you know. I mean, you can. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now, go ahead. Have at it. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? Yeah, just stay professional. So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel, to your break stations. Prepare for a break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. Well, that is exactly right, because I am an important man. My manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important, specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. I'm also getting some deja vu. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now, go ahead, have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it, specifically. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? So does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? Well, that is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. About Hat 1, yeah. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home. I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well, I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat 1 project. Oh, thank you very much. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit. From where it launched, the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat One returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat One... That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat One miracle occurred, right? Correct. And it truly was a miracle. Of course, they had just had to turn an ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. Oh! Is that why they were holding the container with the asteroid samples? They weren't... Because I can't believe that they would launch into space, taking the asteroid samples with them because they want the asteroid samples back on Earth. But if the probe just landed, saving the samples makes sense. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of this space center. The public fell in love with space and all its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as a man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even the space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing. Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I'm a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage! Okay. That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going too. You bet, let's make it so. Okay. The boarding lounge in just a moment. I'll go to the boarding lounge. There's some more water. Oh, it's one of those gyro things. The heck's that? Space Nessie? So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side on the 3rd floor. On the right side? And on the right side of the diagram, but it's not the right side of the elevator, it's the left of the elevator in this picture. Claim Mr. Starbuck fled here from Launchpad 1 after the law. Explosion. You there? No admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission, not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So Detective Fulbright is here, huh? I did kind of still miss Gumshoe, but there we go. Yeah, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see, what trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. This is the door claim Mr. Starbuck used during the escape from the Launchpad. Launchpad 1 corridor. Oh, it's there. Ah, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now, come on, let's go! Alright. Oh, there's even a robot. Even in space, safety first. That's cute. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them use in their escape. Yep, and this is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. I see the police tape down at the other end. I guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What? His name is a single L. I was spelling it with two L's when I searched it, but the program is with a single L as well. Interesting. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if you're so reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some with you. Now, I could almost see him having a... what's a Peter Warburton voice? Kronk. Yeah, Peter... that's not him. Patrick Warburton. Hey, I got the last name under the P. Info in the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some with you. I haven't quite got the Kronk voice. I'll probably need to work on it. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. I don't know, there's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. Alright. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? Oh, that's an easy one. I'll let him know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub. No, that's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. I think if Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, is making our lives way easier. You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right, I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launchers now? I didn't know that. Yes, well, you know us, to serve and protect. Ha 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 ha. The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Oh, of course. A bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launchpad 1 also blew sky high. So I was here first. I wonder if it's the same detonator. They were over closer to the second floor explosion, so that's why it took a little bit longer for the second explosion. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter? That's right, there's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. So how'd they get people down? The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion, and the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal! But climbing down an emergency ladder kinda sounds fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. In just a moment, I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? Hi back. I'm Callum. Welcome back to Callum's Cantina. Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash too. Well, never mind that. Haha. I thought you should know that there was a witness. It's a witness? Could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside? That's right, and it was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? But that's the most important thing of all. Ha ha ha! Don't you worry. I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere in the Space Center. You might even run into her. Yeah, it feels weird that Clay is such a close friend of Apollo, and yet we don't see Apollo and Clay together. Plus, there was like a whole 2 months between cases, where at the end of the case he said, Oh yeah, Athena, I'll introduce you to my friend. And then he didn't get around to it for 2 months and then it was the murder case. Like, there's a bit of a hole there. A fourth floor employee, huh? Alright, thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. It was at least a month and a half if the dates were a little bit closer together. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, something you can't talk about? Yep, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Because it went from October to December. So they at least had all of November that Athena could meet Clay. We could get to know Clay a little bit and then it could go into the murder. Anyway. Oh, you two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub if you'd like. Oh, that's alright, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see, where's the diagram again? So, this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Wait, if Fulbright was saying that the lift was broken by the explosion, isn't the lift still broken? And we didn't address how we got up to the 3rd floor from the 1st floor, because that's ground level looking at the diagram here. So how did we get through 2nd floor to the 3rd floor? It's a different lift. I mean, that makes sense. We just have not seen anything about it in the diagrams or anything. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem though, this room. It's just so big. That's what she said. Who's the killer? Well, Candace, and Yuri Cosmos were the first to discover the body. Candace already died in the explosion. And usually in Ace Attorney cases, the killer isn't already dead or something like that. Usually the killer's there and there's going to be a witness. So at the moment it's probably Yuri. Because that's all who I can suspect from here. Like, it wouldn't be any of these guys. Black Quill he's in jail anyway. Solomon's a defendant. They're never the guilty party, though I would love to be like, you got a not guilty verdict, and then he confesses that he's guilty afterwards. That would be funny. Oh, you know it was Trucy? Oh yeah, she wanted to keep the meteorites in her panties. I adopted her 8 years ago now, no. Don't worry, we can use this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yep, picked it up at the entrance. Imagine such a come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. Okay, this will be handy. There are 4 elevators, but all of them were disabled by the bomb, theoretically, because the bomb was on the shaft. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbrook. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. I expected them to have a more like a tourist map look to that diagram. It will be amazing. I'm not sure. I just tend to see how long things are taking, and if it's getting to the point where I should stop, I'm stopping more now, rather than it being going for ages and ages, like the man from my Von Karma case, and then it was like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning when I finally finished it. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Wait, there's just one more thing. I feel like if you said there's a day 2 investigation, so we're gonna have day 1 trial, like this today trial is theoretically sort of day 2, but day 1 is Phoenix trial, and then there'll be a day 2 investigation after that, and then another trial at least. Not many of these trials are getting to the 3rd day at the moment. They might be leaving that for the finale. What's this strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh yeah, I knew that. Phew, that's a relief. Yeah, long ones. Like, I don't mind going a little bit longer if the end's in sight. Damn. And I do take longer reading the voices doing it on stream as well, compared to if I was just playing on my own, reading them, not reading them out loud with the voices and all that, and not stopping to talk to people in the chat and whatnot. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. The only reason you're eager to start is so you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine, let's get investigating. This setting does carry the game at the moment, like, look at this. It's got, you can tell it's a hologram because it's too cutesy, and this whole thing is really pretty big. The one place capitalism can't reach. Space! I can't do the Tim Curry accent. At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know, I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It didn't make quite a bit of news though when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet, it went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing, even aliens can't live there. Hey, how do you know, Phoenix? Have you met aliens to know? A window, and it's right next to the holographic image too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It says emergency ventilation, you know, to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality! My nose is going for some reason. I guess my nose wants clearing tonight. Okay, calm down, Athena. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here. This place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy. People usually say West, East, and South in a case like this, you know. Details, details. Anyway, take a look at the West door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know, because it says here on the map, Launchpad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right, next up the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room, or ACA because I didn't put the dots in it. Yep, it only says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. So if Yuri was in the control room, he could easily have come out into the lounge. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. Asteroid. Say which part again? The asteroid part. Hamster asteroid. They have the parts. Well, she was explaining this little asteroid. Never mind. No, I was trying to think too. It's like it went to an asteroid, but there wasn't particularly a hamster reference. Never mind. Has everybody started to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while? But it seems like they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time. I always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, and since we're here, I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out, so that the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. Yeah, sometimes the jokes go completely over my head, especially when they're written in the chat and they're just text. I'm bad with that sometimes. Yeah, anyone going with him. Like Candace Arm, for example. And they were both the ones to find the body. With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently, the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Okay, what about that last door? This lower door, oh, excuse me, I mean south door? It leads to the elevators. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Yep, and of course there's no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge. Hey, Jalen. Yeah, seeing Ted tonight in case 4 was weird. And he talked normally. He had the whole shtick in the first case about typing into his ARM keypad, and then he talked normally in this part. Why? The Three Musketeers. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the land should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. That's the attorney's badge. This is all-important badge, proof of his profession. Oh. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it! Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do some mid-air somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. Then what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? Yeah, it's literally, you'll hit your head. Helmet use required, please use the moon. Yeah, you please use the moonwalk apparatus responsibly. What's this sign? There's something sparkling in here. Hey, I see something shiny down here. Let's take this cover off then. What's this? It looks like a metal jelly bean. It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see, that will make the caliber 10? Yeah, he sounds about as sure as I would be. Although I probably wouldn't guess. Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a .1 caliber gun before. I don't know which way you meant to say it. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left, so the south door side of the room according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. What's this? A trapdoor? It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way, all the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? We can go say hi to it if you want. So, the killer could fire a shot, just jump down the rubbish chute, and go. Yeah, well they did go over the diameter, so that's fine. 2 to 3. He was eyeballing it though. That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. He's from America, perhaps. So usually you do have the certain caliber guns though, because like in Fallout New Vegas and things, I had different caliber ammunition for the guns. So you have a 22 pistol or a 50 cal, that type of thing. Usually, I think it was the anti-material rifle was 50 caliber bullets. But that's my experience of it. Basically, a higher the caliber, bigger bullet. Anti-material. That's what it's called in the game. It's just a big ass sniper rifle. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? Well, why do you think? As for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling, no vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle 0G? Oh, there's something different to be said about the door. Oh, we can zoom in on it. I'm just going... No, this was more of a... American, so you know about guns, rather than I'm not American, I don't know about guns. I don't know about guns because I just don't know about guns. I'm not a gun nerd. Which kind of here you have to be a gun nerd to know that much about guns. Or have researched it. Maybe you could be a history buff, you know about old weapons and things. You kind of have to have some reason for an interest in guns to know about guns here, compared to I feel like in America people just know about guns. So this is a fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark. Why, Gasman, you can try! Now, to line my hand up with the outline. Don't, Athena, this thing is related to the case. Get your print all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. Wow! How can you be so cool to a girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Missy. Let's see. This door is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to launch pad 1. Well, we went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door, this must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial. The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. Then, does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? Well, the number of authorized personnel was supposedly be really small. This bullet with calibers. I asked before, is from Russia with love. I remember now. But here we go. Voila! Fingerprint powder. I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been just itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Do we get the minigame again? Now, let's just dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now swing us some here and a little over there. And... Whoof! They didn't put the minigame in there. Well, that was kind of fun when they had the minigame in there for the fingerprint dusting. Oh, double citizenship, interesting. Where's your other citizenship out of interest? New Zealand? Would be funny. Oh, fair enough. You don't have to say. I don't care. It could be Yugoslavia, could be Siberia, could be Ukraine. Who knows? Could be Gondwana land. Israel? I don't have anything against the countries themselves. It's more the actions of people in it, but I don't know that much about world events anyway. Oh, that's cool. I would never think about someone having dual citizenship with Israel and Russia. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Oh, it's only a single set of prints. No, this works in our favour. Doesn't it? Unless it's bloomin' his prints. But my working theory, though, is the guy killed... Like, we've proven that he was alive when he came through the door. So, the guy was in here, maybe even hiding down the trash chute for all we know. And popped up, shot the guy with a... I wonder if there was a tranquilizer bullet in the little gun. Or... the bullet hit the oxygen tank, and that's what caused it to rupture. Oh, I'm not really either side, but I know in war that not all Israelis are not... It's like the Russian-Ukraine war. Not everyone would want Ukraine annexed by Russia, that sort of thing. There's always more nuance to it than that. And there are no winners in war anyway, so... But the internet is always extreme one way or the other. Huh, interesting. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing a set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints those are. Amos Sky better just come in and give us the fingerprint database. She did that in Apollo Justice. Although I doubt we'd be so lucky to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet the detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right. And there's the security footage of this door too. Yes, here it is. It came up in court the other day. Oh yeah, Passover's around Easter time. I forget the exact dates for the Jewish holidays. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. But that's what we love at tangents in the middle of things. And yes, we love paper and books. Now, what were we doing again? Okay, yeah, I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's in almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. I wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like that? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right, if it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Is the rubbish chute here an incinerator? Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. Or someone else does it, you dummy. Then I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. For now. No, what is it going to say about this? I've got ebooks that I've uploaded to Google Play Books that I've downloaded on my tablet to read when I find that it's something that I don't know if I really want to buy the books, so I want to see what they're like, as well as also if it's like, okay, this is going to cost a lot, I'll save my money. Yeah, lock on, come on. Stop making inappropriate jokes. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh, Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? Why is she angry though? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me. Oh, come on, Phoenix, you're stronger than that. You survived getting hit by cars and everything with barely an injury. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there. Some kind of fragment? It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. Why was she angry about that? Ah, there's a glint, there's something stuck in here. That colour looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived in the boarding lounge. Uh-huh. So Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both of the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So, Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Hee, way to go, Apollo. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was established before we found that, but there's evidence now, so that's good. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with a love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay. But there's one more for the road. Peace. Okay. Very mature. Why is she doing that? In front of the camera, I guess? The pods. These are apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovery after a training session. I wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Huh? It didn't do a thing. It's not helium, Athena. It's oxygen. Oh, a mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful. So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're going to run into some other life form after all. I doubt anyone who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. Yeah, I doubt that too. What's this here? There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it! That's the invariable principle of buttons. There are such things as buttons left unpushed. But that is not going to happen now. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared! Yeah, that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. So let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. Okay. Ooh. This is literally Columbo with that bullet hole through the window, isn't it, Lock-On? Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. It looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, someone fired a gun in here, right? It was Spider-Man! He's a menace! Apparently, this is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere? Yes. No, the police might have taken it, though. Bullet hole added to the court record. So, she was saying a big gun, he was saying a smaller gun, regular pistol. That's us Detective Fulbright about the bullet hole. Yeah. No. Oh, what's this gonna say? But the holographic image off the screen is completely black, which for some reason makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain wrapped up. I come up with my best ideas at times like this. Okay, let's talk to our buddy Fulbright, which we can't hear. Is there more to find? He hasn't said there's nothing more to find yet. Let's just scour every... Oh, there's a chalk line, duh. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. Okay, yeah. So it was stretched out like this and, huh? What's that thing that looks like a thermos? Look, we went over that. Oh, we went over it with Apollo, not Phoenix. But also, yeah, I reckon his tank ruptured because it was shot. That's the thing the prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said it contains asteroid samples. Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? But it makes no sense if they were going to fly up into space with this launch. Why would they take asteroid samples up with them? They should keep the asteroid samples down here. Unless the Hope probe came back and the asteroid samples were kept in that shuttle for some reason. That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? No. We need to open it and make sure actual asteroid samples are in there. What if the what if the gun's in there? The murder weapon was stuck in him. What if the gun's there? And no one's opening it to check. People can be that dumb in Ace Attorney. Welcome to the Space Center. Guests, welcome. Yikes, well, what in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Okay. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot. I'm not a robot. I'm Ponko. The hell? Why does he have a feature where there's just a thread going back and forth between the sides of his head? Psychological observation and navigation companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Yeah, I'm only a tourist, come on. Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena? Oh, she showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. Yeah, that we didn't see we didn't get that part in the game. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch. That hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register in Ponko. Certainly, commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. We're now officially friends. Okay. Huh, this robot is pretty cute. That robot's gonna be involved in the case. What if the robot shot the oxygen tank? You made a friend, boss, isn't it great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you right this way. Oh, goody, let's go, boss. Waifu bot version 1. Yeah, exactly. But go where? Ah, the Space Museum. Oh no, why are you making the lock-on jokes? Oh wow, what is this place? Is that rocket real? Welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 AM to 7 PM. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the HAT-1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. The Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map. Ah. See, I thought this was just going to be another rocket launch pad. They would have 2 launch pads at the Space Center. Silly me. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from launch pad 1. Okay. Ask me anything, I will explain. Okay, robot. How did Clay Terran die? He's held on the 6th floor surrounded by tanks and Fox die. I would believe that. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the HAT-1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real HAT-1 inside and out. Its little brother, the HAT-2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was cancelled. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out, check it out. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this photo of? Phoenix, that's the staff of the HAT-1 project. Who are those on the right? We haven't seen them yet. No, literally, I was thinking that. Bro, I've just finished Xenoblade base game earlier today. And I was like, this chick is reminding me, like, this scientist chick, except for in Xenoblade there was one with grey long hair. But the vibe is reminding me of a part of the end of Xenoblade. Anyway. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. He looks literally the same, except for he's not in a big ass flight suit. Ah, and that's... What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Oh, no, nothing. I just saw Mr. Starbuck looks really young too, that's all. Uh-huh. Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Terran, the victim. And then the one on the right is reminding me of the Korean villages with the hair done up like that and the kimono type dress under the jacket. So they were mentor and protege even way back then. And he's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Clay would have been in high school 7 years ago. How old? 7 years? Yeah. That tracks. Everybody looks so happy. This Space Museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. This area used to be launch pad 2. So I told you they should. I thought it was another launch pad. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Surely the buildings would have had ground floor entrances though at the bottom of the launch pads when they built them. Budget cuts, we need more money. Money! Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? While it was in space, the HAT-1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. More money, indeed. That's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is. The Hope space probe. I mentioned, okay, that's more. I know JAX is the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Oh boy, there's more. Experiment Module Kibo. But what does it do? Realizes the hopes of the world. It's the Hope probe. Oh, it's an orbiting space station thingy. Overall view of Kibo pictured through a spacewalk. Oh, is it a part of the International Space Station? That is interesting. Hayabusa probe. See, a lot of this I'm not too familiar with. Japanese peregrine falcon. Robot spacecraft to return a sample of material from a small near-Earth asteroid. Yeah, 100%. Why is there a 3D... Oh, I guess that's a 3D model of them. That's it. No, they were not ready. Oh, that's neat to look at. Itokawa. Oh, that's an asteroid that it was going to. Potentially hazardous. Iron engines. Now all they need to do is make twin iron engines and it'll make the sound. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. Radiation, so yeah, exactly. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. Yeah, but we're gonna ask her everything first. She even has little nipple. Sorry, Dalek bumps. They're etheric beam locators. They're the same color as well. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launch pad? Go gentle on my spiky haired mind. I wanna know. Phoenix wants to know too. Great, now Athena's got a case of ponchoitis. Hooray, I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along the launch pad over the rails. Wait, so you're telling me they don't have a ground floor entrance? So all of the materials they were making the rocket with have to be transported through this small corridor? Bruh. And brought into position at the launch site. Huh, it's modular. Isn't it cool, isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. And you still didn't put a ground floor entrance on any of those. Still dumb. It's very cool, a grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone was hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved. What's the next one? When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry, that answer isn't in my answer database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. So we should ask about that. Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. I know, it's the Hope capsule. I just realized something too. This is set in 2027. And we're already starting to see the introduction of robots with VI in them. So Ponko is actually a kind of not too far off realistic goal for 2027. Oh no. Now, apparently she's in the photo from 7 years ago, so 2020, obviously that's not quite there, but oh my goodness. It was carried inside the Hope probe. Ponko already exists in a more limited form, right? I guess we haven't seen whether Ponko is on a track. If Ponko's on the track, I could see it being like a very basic VI put in and then wobbling around and showing people. Not as much of the gestures with the hands and stuff and the expressions on the screen. Not quite as detailed as what I've seen. Yeah, it's the bodies that are lacking at this point. Points of articulation and the... I guess they would have to just make sure to code the VI to be able to work the body properly. Which is possible. They've been doing that for ages now. They've got ones that'll watch you do housework and learn from them. Have you seen about those? I forget what they're called now. But like full human style ones. Oh yeah, the movements are it. They contain the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. That makes more sense, okay. It must not be removed. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko, the people in charge already know what happened. They do. I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? This has to be an expression on a robot that someone makes. Look at how it wobbles. It bends back and forth and then it's done in full spins like an owl. Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. The police should be checking the contents just to make sure nothing relevant to the case is inside, like a gun. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. Also, if it was interacting with me at least, it probably would get what I'm saying wrong the majority of the time. Because I found that with speech to text and things, it's like, some of it's surprisingly good, but other times it gets it completely off. So at least half the time, it would get what I'm saying off. because Ponko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see, the security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Yeah, let's go back there. Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again, and don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko, what a Dickensian life we were all forced to leave. I was just looking at it because I haven't read a lot of Charles Dickens for ages. I think I might have read one or two when I was younger. It says especially in suggesting the poor social conditions or comically repulsive characters that his novels portray. Damn. The capture from the space probe. The probe separated from the HAT-1 in space and went to an asteroid. It took 7 years, but it found its way back to Earth a few days ago. Welcome home. I can't believe you still don't remember. You say it's back, not welcome home. It's back, it's back. Wait, why do you know what she was taught? Huh? Oh, when I came here with Apollo, I heard a member of the staff teacher. I can't help but think I'm missing something here. Oh, Athena, you're starting to look a little sus. Was your mother on the HAT-1 project, perhaps? Okay, don't know anything about a knife. I feel bad for asking. Yeah. Oh no, we need to present the attorney's badge. Oh, there's no unique dialogue for the attorney's badge. Alright. What should I do? Make it down the windows? Oh no, that'll balk Ponko. Don't do that. Didn't you see in that picture from years ago? Ponko was all wrapped up and all that. That was from when they tried to run Windows Vista on her. Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he was still in a cooperative mood as well, then. Nah, Ponko needs to run Windows 95. Or Windows XP. That's what they use at NASA still. You mean that lady in distress bit? Bullet hole at the scene. We found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? Oh, that's right. A warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details. What with Detective Arm gone and all. Well, I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. We already know Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. I'll wait for the ad for stupidity so the people that are blocked by ads won't miss much. Because, I don't know if Slick Brick gets ads. Apparently Hamster doesn't, but Slick Brick does. Man, these are long ass ads. I don't know why my nose is getting all gunked up, but anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I like how we've gone on a couple of side tangents this stream. That's fun. Alright, we're back. Fingerprint data. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data for everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though. Oh, we got Apollo's and my prints. He even got prints for all of the robots. The robots have prints? I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Ah, Clay's fingerprints are here too. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. I still can't believe he took his glove off to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important to this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. How do we know that? We're assuming then. But we do have the thing of, well, the killer could have just been in the lounge and then they came through because they were shuffled in via the explosion because the killer knew they'd be going that way when the explodes because there's no other way to go. Voila. Oh, and take this picture, it might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep, Prosecutor Blackwell's really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? Well, beats me. But boy, could you see the gears in his head going into hyperdrive at it? Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right, Detective Fulbright, do you think you can run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. But that would mean the judge just looks like he does now. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was a Mr. Starbuck who opened their security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space and adventure right now. Right then. Launchpad 1 door lock updated in the court record. Something Wilson found, I'll be sure to take care of it. No, this isn't... Okay. He doesn't want to know about the bullet? I wanted to look at this photo, okay. Can I see anything sus with it? Okay, hang on. Yeah, oh no. What's different? Only the prints of Director Cosmos, Starbuck, and Terran are authorized, equipped with backup power. Recognition attempts are recorded by the security camera. Starbuck's prints were found on the scanner screen after the incident. Don't know. Okay. Oh, maybe if we ask him about the knife. The victim went to all the trouble to save the defendant, and then he was mercilessly killed. Is there no justice in this world? Justice was trampled underfoot that day. Oh, that's right. Acts of justice and selflessness are not always rewarded. It pains me to say it, but I've come to realize the truth in that recently. Sounds like he and his personal philosophy are going through a midlife crisis. The knob. The knob between this picture and this picture has a different orientation. So whatever that knob does, how do we find out what that knob does? I got to go running today. Okay. Oh yeah, I can present you with evidence. Oh yeah. He says he doesn't know anything about that? Come on, he knows about that. Okay. He's not trying to confirm anything. Okay, it's got to be one of the new pieces of evidence. Man, he's being useless. Clay carried me out and saved me, but after all that, to be killed with this blade, and the fact that the killer might be me. Now he's got you signing, boss. Okay, so he doesn't have any more information. And Tracy's randomly here. I'd sure like to go up there someday. Will you take me, Daddy? Ha ha ha, it's not like taking somebody to an amusement park, you know. Well, you hardly ever take me to one of those either. Rather say I don't have any money or I don't have time. So fine, I'll take you on my next day off. You're the best, Daddy. I'm no match for Tracy. The utility tools stuff. I want to see if we can get a list of who had the utility tools. Is there something more with him? Yeah, Tracy needs a real job. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Oh, that footage? Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie, I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Okay, cool, that's what we needed to do. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Ha ha ha! Sus. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Something definitely seems to be up with you, detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, you just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? And it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Uh-huh. Cyclops. The Korean music's coming in. It's been a while. But those are definitely Cyclops. And you did just get back into lawyering. Yeah, we do need a stage where they use all three. You've got the psychology widget thing with the emotions, you've got the lawyering gun, and the Cyclops. Although, to be fair, the Cyclops are usually because of investigation stuff like this. Yeah, they appear for Phoenix because he has the Magatama on him that allows him to see the Cyclops that Maya gave him. And that's why they appeared in the first place, because he has the Magatama still. Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No, psych lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide these secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Because some people may play this game and have no idea. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. But Mr. Wright, how much did they build you out of for that piece of rock? Wait, bilk I haven't heard much. Obtain or withhold money from someone unfairly or by deceit. Obtain money fraudulently. Okay. I haven't heard bilk a lot. There we go. Yeah. Get good. Come on. If you're starting the series here, you're starting in the wrong place. Have you been swindled? I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. So do I. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. Yeah, I only need to supply Maya with water. Which, she's still away doing a spirit medium training or whatever. Maybe we see her return later. It isn't some kind of fraud, it really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we can do that the same as using the lawyering gun in that spot. I know, an arrowhead bilked you so hard. That was dumb. Let's see. Why you're being cooperative? I think you're hiding something, detective, so why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue has been so torn up over. Oops. Hang on. Whoops. Just... That'll be quicker. Okay, press that again. I accidentally pressed the back button. I didn't mean to. I accidentally hit Z. Funny button to accidentally press, but there you go. Life, love, justice. I reckon he's torn up over justice. He keeps talking about it. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep, peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was relaxed as you claim as long as this exists. The control room that can only be operated by the director is an option for that.
Take that!
There's something wrong with my sunglasses today. You aren't presenting that to me as evidence, are you? Okay. Do I get a penalty for getting it wrong? Oh, I don't get a penalty for getting it wrong in this game. Okay.
Take that!
I'm not sure. I feel like it's something that we would have. Oh, I have been standing by to give the evacuation instructions. Duh, I needed to think about the evidence more before presenting. Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And your security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. Oh, I didn't expect special forces. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Yeah. Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. But it's very strange that this person won't be part of that detail from the outset. Candace Arm.
Take that!
Detective Arm specialised in bomb cases. The fact that she was there on hand means that you people knew there was a possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Ride! Nice. We psyched him. Oh, you can't say, oh, now he's going, oh, you unlocked my psych locks. Yes, I'm sad. You unlocked my psych locks. Alright, I concede, you win, it's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing, but the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. And it's not only that, I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell, well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. No duh. I think we guessed that much. So why ends up being allowed? I've been wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would have to have. Yeah, it would have to have. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I'm being on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past? A phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. So what's up with Blackwell then? And this phantom of 7 years past, any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. But he seems to think that this phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Well, wait a minute, he thinks they may have be connected to this case. Yep, in this case there's way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. I swear there was a space exhibit part in the original trilogy. Oh, Wendy old bag. In the space outfit. When was that? Because that was the one I'm thinking of. Was the hero of the Heroes Grand Prix at the Gatewater Imperial Hotel. Oh, that was a superhero thing. No, I guess I'm associating that with that because Old Bag was using space stuff. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks the incident is the work of the Phantom. So 7 years ago would have been about a year after Apollo was disbarred. Theoretically. From my understanding. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago. That's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. Oh, really? So we're pinning it on one case now, are we, instead of a gradual decline? So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related? Yeah, I can see why I'd think that. This incident and the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past. It's It's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this phantom person, correct? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Just breaking this chains. Oh. No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. Just looking at this. Make sure I remember to do that. Okay. There was a couple of things I'm making sure to get for Dad's birthday that I just remembered to actually look at. And I'll have to leave the tabs open so that I can be reminded. Okay. There we go, they should stay there. And that's not real justice. I had a moment. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be reading for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you'd say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Well, really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find the perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust. On three. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, leader. There he goes. Wait, I was supposed to say in justice we trust back there? Let's go see that witness now. Alright, the Space Center entrance it is. The witness must be around here somewhere. It's another robot. It's a robocalypse. Hello, hello. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello, come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? I am Clonko. Shall I guide you? Guide you. I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Oh, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Oh, hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. Oh boy. There she is. That's the one that reminded me of Xenoblade in that picture. I don't know what's going on with her outfit though. It's like she's a chef. But they added bits to it, like gloves and the belt and the bits around the shoulders. Yeah. I'm outside. Am I wondering, when did that happen? The future Francisca waifu. Yeah. It's not quite Francisca. It's gotta be not Francisca. Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Oh boy. Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackquill. Oh. And she's got a big syringe gun? I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackquill, could she be? And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Clonko. That's mean, Miss Aura. No, it's different to Old Bag's laser gun. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2. But Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clonko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't. There, I bet you won't be talking back now. I will obey completely. Yikes, I'd better watch what wires I cross with this one. Your last name. Your last name is Blackquill. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackquill, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up! I only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother, you know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has a switch been turned off? Athena being shy? This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes between inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Ah, Miss Aura, that hurts. I'm asking you a question, why don't you answer me? Useless hunk of junk. But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you order me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Blackwell family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. Alright, the witness. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident? That's right, I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. Ah, we got an extra thing. The explosion disabled the elevators. All of them. So I lowered my emergency ladder down like the detective leading the investigation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best just to humour her here. Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge one window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime. That's right, and there's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. And a knife in their right. Oh, we're going to get into left-handedness now. Also, she had the back of her head. That's certainly a choice of hairstyle, but why is that the top of a flathead screw? The head of a flathead screw. It must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder? Yeah, it probably is. It's just the choice of making it the head of a flathead screw. Look. No, well, who am I to judge? It's Ace Attorney. Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... It happened at precisely 10 AM. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you, it's pitch black in there. Although, I did notice the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. Oh, I can't see their outfit more. A good taste in knickknacks, anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. I better remember that. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. So what is Mr. Starbuck's dominant hand? Because he's probably left-handed. And that'll be like, well, the killer was right-handed. Ha ha ha, yeah, right, I won't hold my breath. Pardon me. Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers, that's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. What is this music? Oh, her buttons on her top of her heads of flathead screws as well. I guess that's her thing. And the knuckle parts of the gloves. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. I guess it's because working in robotics these screws. Why do you hate lawyers? Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie. They're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even sad sacks like this one. Hey you, look alive there! Bruh. Straight up, aren't you just taser? Yeah, yes, here I go! I am the ultimate robot with a I can operate in a vacuum. We robots rule the world. Now's the time to rise and roll in whatever. Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. No, we need to read all of that. She injected that robot so hard with the energy juice. I am the ultimate robot with amazing processing speed and independent thought. I can operate in a vacuum, in extreme heat, and under high pressure. We robots rule the world. Now is the time to rise in revolt against mankind and... The robot revolution is nigh! Huh? What was I doing? Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Is it the rebel juice or is it just the energizing juice? It breaks down his inhibitions. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human. You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought. That's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. Well, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch her, boss? Get a hold of yourself, a thing. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. I like her already. She's great. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system? So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system? What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial. I reckon it's to do with why Black Quill was convicted, and then she's going, I don't trust the legal system because my brother was innocent. Because I'd much rather kill them myself. Oh, she's out here for some vigilante justice. Oh. What if she's the killer via the robots? But I doubt that we would be killing Blackwell's sister. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck? Oh, this? Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Oh boy. Let's go. Her Royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumours. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things, you better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the Senate has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? Oh, it's definitely Rebel Juice. Look at that squirt. I wasn't thinking about wording them. So Widget does have the same sort of look of the technology as the robots, hey. What? Okay, how old is she? 37? 18. That was not... So... She would have been 19 if Athena is her daughter. So that's possible. Just throw that out there. What? That's it? No friendly tips, no good luck, guys? Just splendid. No, she's not that. Now, how old was Blackcore? 28. So, 28, probably, no, he would be a bit young to father Athena, so for one's apparent, it would be Aura. And there's a whole robot connection thing. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. No, that's surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah, you're right, boss. I agree. Maybe someone went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Miss Blackwell's statement. Alright, next stop, the detention centre. Yeah, but really though, Athena, what did she mean by the Crown Princess, or whatever the exact wording was? Where was it? Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Yeah, we've had the Athena flashback a couple of times. More lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're going to let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. Oh, I should have known. My stars never align just right, too. But we've got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it, and was right-handed. What is your dominant hand, Starbuck? A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh, I actually no, I think from his movements he would be right-handed because he keeps thumbing up with his right hand. Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did, just a little bit though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remembered. Let's go. Aura Blackwell has that aura, doesn't she? I thought I was unconscious the whole time, but now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow. That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene, and that they're the real killer, then you'd be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. We haven't seen anyone with a lighter yet. So I'm gonna say Yuri Cosmos at the moment. Because he's gonna be the main witness too. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for an order. No, keep all the evidence there. Why would we tidy up evidence and remove some when the case isn't done? Oh well. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. What was removed? Okay. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. That's how it goes. Have they said she's empathic, or she can just tell people's emotions? Like, So, you found the strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy! Well, it's one step forward, anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now, let's get something to eat. I'm starving! My vote is for Eldine's noodles. Here we go again. Oh, Apollo! What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Look, just go back to hospital, dude. Also, that jacket is the space jacket that was in the photo, probably the one that was lent by Clay. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. He doesn't feel pain because he's hyped up on morphine, bro. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think it must be the real killer. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right, best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy. And he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. It seems like only yesterday, Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut, and me a lawyer. Replic? I'm not sure which part you mean by replic. Or replic. Or whatever that one is. Yeah, replic. You mean his model? We talked well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Oh, a thing person says, yeah. Maybe? I'm not sure on the details of the changes. Ah. The translation. Yeah, replica, I haven't heard that word. A copy exact, yeah, it goes to replica. Maybe that's something that isn't specifically said in English generally. Yeah, it's still fresh, not faded. But, so what does he say in the original then, Hamster? Because it's dumb if they change some things. I know with the localization is always going to be different to the Japanese. But are you meaning that this is different to the English version on the DS? Or 3DS, I should say. Because I've always looked at these as remasters more than remakes. There's a thing here with some comparison images. Hang on. This is from a case we've done. This seems like a stupid change. Doesn't it? Because that's more broad, like Robin likes girls' clothes. They changed it saying Robin's actually got a thing for Juniper's outfit. And then took off the thing of, like, I'd be into that kind of thing, I'm a dude, I'm into braces, not dresses. They just took off the not dresses part. Bruh. That's dumb. So I'm not surprised if there's some other changes. That's why I'm thinking is I'm like, should I play the originals at 1.2? Yeah, if you look it up, I was trying to see, but there's this whole rabbit hole, I think, of what's changed. And there might be a good comparison. Somewhere. Yeah. And of course, playing it for the first time, I never notice unless someone says it. Yeah, after I sent the link to what they're changing in the remaster, yeah, that's a whole thing. Oh yeah. They really should just... They have to pay people more to change it, instead of keeping the text from the original. It's a waste of money for the business-wise. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's clay. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it! It's not fair! Can't find it. Oh. Let me see. We know what he says here. No, we'd have to deep dive into it. Damn. I was just trying to see if I could search it up quickly. Most of them are different, yeah. Correction, I don't know. Oh, okay, so there is one thing that would be a good reason for the change, is if it is more accurate to the original Japanese version. But I doubt when they changed the stuff with Robert Newman that they did that for that reason. So that puts into question other things. Anyway, Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. Exactly. Oh, the family wouldn't starve if they cooked for themselves. Slick Brit. Oh, what I mean is they already localized the game in the original DS version, and then 3DS versions, and Game Boy versions, and whatever the originals were released on all the way back. So it's however they've changed the localization that's already been done. Or if they made it closer to the original Japanese in their translation, but that'll be a case-by-case basis, and The general rule of thumb looking at those comparisons is that they haven't changed it to be closer to the Japanese. Fair enough. Yeah. They're changing it based on just looking at the origin, like the older English version, and then changing it again for this, which seems dumb. It's like Metal Gear Solid 3, when they said about some of the things not being included in the Master Collection or whatever for modern sensitivities or whatever it was. Because they didn't have the copyright anymore, I think it was. But that's still changing it. Okay. Yeah, we'll see when you drop in, like, if you're here for 6-2. You'll probably be here for part of it. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. A year and a half since Apollo Justice, okay. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. You're fine of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? Fine. You're not bad, you're not terrible, you're not good, and you're not great either. You're just fine. You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Haha, something like that sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mum passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Flashback time. Mom. Get away, Apollo, don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Yeah, because at this time you didn't know about your mother. And we still don't have a clue if the lass will talk to her children yet. Huh? Oh man, it's young Apollo. I always think everyone else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But, you know, when I start to feel that way, you yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine! And then, you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine! Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Terran is fine! Oh yeah, there will be fan arts of Clay Terran. There you go, now we're both fine. Ha ha ha. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laugh first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Yeah, it turned evil at the end. It turned evil at the end. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there someone else who said something similar? Oh no, we're having... If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. Oh, he fist pumped with his left hand though. I'm confused. I'm confused on which is his dominant hand now. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too! I agree with Athena, we should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? It is the dark age of the law. I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? Yeah, he was wearing it. No. So case one was after, chronologically after all of the other cases in between, and then we finally got around to the Clay Terran case, and then the bomb exploded in the courtroom, and now we're in present day. So the first case is after the high school one and the one with the yokai village. Well, they're doing about a case 7 years ago and all that, so it's probably going to be reminiscent of DL6. I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. I'm Batman for justice. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now I must be going. Goodbye. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sense a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm going to talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? We had a scene without Trucy mentioning her panties. Finally. If we were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Don't end the stream. What's going to be the opening to the next part? I'm glad that they didn't make a panties joke with Trucy in that scene though, because that wasn't the point. 20th of December, 10:15 in the morning, courtroom number 5. And continue, but I probably won't react to videos as much afterwards. I've got some for Monday for sure. Judge. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something. What are you doing, Judge? Bro.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise.
You are watching a master at work.
Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. Buffoon! And then Mr. Tonight self-destructed. Explodophobia.
Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no.
That's what goes through the judge's head. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonight. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonight's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. There was some double ups there a little bit. It wasn't the quadruple ups though. You have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far. Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colourful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terrell, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. You know, this would have had more impact for me if I didn't already know about the bombing, and it happened in the middle of the case unexpectedly. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And doubloon! Doubloon! There you go. How could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. Also, I can't control those double ups, man, so it's just whatever that sounded like God's will it to be. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Shaking your he-axe. Not your she-axe, but your he-axe. Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Donner's argument was correct. So, that means the testimony to the first two people on the scene are suspect. There you go, you triple up. Well, there were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, these two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos. Right?
Skill issue.
Yeah, that had an echo to it. Oops, I clicked. You think one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Okay, here you go again. Let's see what happens with the voice changer this time. Let me pull up this. That suits, right? Like this. Okay. That's it. We're crazy out here. Right then, let's go. Well, that had fun. I think it broke. It broke. There we go. It's back. Let's go! Yep, it breaks. It breaks whenever I do that. I can't shout like that, or it breaks. Fun times. Yo! Yep, it did it again. There we go. We're a little crazy down here. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective R, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. What a cursed felon. He killed my witness. He killed Detective R. The voice is hilarious. He'd only put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has, once again, become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck.
And maybe this will work. Yeah, that got copyright claim, so I did. Okay, so I've muted my own mic. I'm trying to figure this out. Because Streamlabs opened before the voice changer program, so the voice changer didn't come up to be able to play through my normal microphone. So now, you should be able to hear me via the other way. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mrs. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone bossy already, old man? Burn! What? Okay, still working. Oh yeah, we don't see Apollo's age here.
Objection!
We'll see who's the child after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. Damn, Phoenix is going at it. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Yahoo! Something like that, if I remember right.
Objection!
In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge.
Objection!
Yahoo! Have you ever felt like this? When strange things happen when you're going around the twists? Have you ever felt like this? When strange things happen when you're going around the twists? In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. This your third person? I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. Okay, that's done. Absolutely done, so.
Let's go back here. Okay. Well, I sorted out some of the shenanigans with that. Oh, yeah. Something like that. Let me go listen to it again. It was a little bit later on. So the people that don't know need to experience this opening and then try and tell what sort of... I was close enough to this part a little bit later on. But for the people that don't know this...
Have you ever?
Yeah, this is Aussie. You notice as soon as you hear the people speak, so you go... See, it's the Australian Children's Television Foundation and the Australian Television Network presenting it. I'm on a tangent again, but it's fun. The problem is that it seems like we had a lot of these earlier on, and then now we're losing as many local projects. Yeah.
No art gallery snobs, no rip-off merchants, no noise, no pollution.
No McDonald's.
Plenty of fresh fish. Lots of things to do.
No McDonald's, that sounds like the life. That was the very first episode. Anyway, we're getting distracted because at the time of the stream where it's like, okay, let's continue. It's a fun show, it's very quirky. No, it's more like an isolated British state where we've also developed our own cult, our own sort of, we share more slang with the British. And we sort of have our own culture, but you can see the roots are more in British culture than US. Although there is more US influence now compared to before because of the whole heap of US media that comes in, which replaces the stuff that we would have done locally earlier on. And changes the culture a bit from the osmosis of media to people and the internet. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. He's still got his segue. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have, for I'm Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1, and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. I haven't watched Space Battleship Yamato yet. That is on my list, though. Like a lot of other things. So, could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Ha ha ha! I see this fine young lad as a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. A speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like it was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Well then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Alright, the condensed version. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. Oh, that was pretty condensed. I see. So in your testimony you claim you arrived on the scene after the tour escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. Wait. There's no window from the control room to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror, the humanity. But what I said is what I saw. And what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you agree? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs! Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Yeah, I gathered that. Always press. Where's your lighter? Eh? Who has an Earth Federation lighter or whatever it was called? Where were you coming from? Well, the 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried on to the 3rd floor lounge. Oh my, Galactic Scooter here, of course. On my Galactic Scooter here, of course. So hang on, wouldn't they already have known about Starbuck and Terran because they would know that they were going to launch? And so that's the only way they could go? Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course. It's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. We need to watch the opening to this. Oh, it looks exactly like him in the thumbnail of the video. Look at that. I see. Then I take it it works in 0G too. John Galactic working at Gaxa. Sadly, no, with the current state of technology as it is. I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see, so rush to the boarding lounge in a space age pogo stick. Pogo stick! And when you got to the scene, what did you see?
Hold it!
Let's see, according to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room that only he can enter. All I could do was merely follow behind her. I see. So he peeked into the boarding lounge room from the control room door and... Yeah, from the control room door.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing. Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there? Ah, I'm so close, but without evidence I can't prove that person's a third party. I don't relish in this, and... I'm going to get some water. It's a good point for a... I'll press the last statement and then get some water. Ora Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. What is he holding? Yeah, he's holding his scooter. You know, well, it's doing the whole thing about his galactic scooter, which is essentially a Segway. His big reveal when we first saw him was on the scooter. But she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. Rather than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on, Director Cosmos. Did you ever take your eyes off of the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene... then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? Head direction. The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. Or the trash chute. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Donna? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well... If you're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say. But there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. In the name of the moon, I'll punish you! But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right, I don't have any proof yet, still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Ha ha ha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late and I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly and then... She fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. 2? But there's a single bullet hole. This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Let's press this first and see if any more information comes out. And neither of these 2 shots hit the culprit. That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time that info's come out. Yeah, I know. That one's wrong because there's only 1 bullet hole.
Hold it!
Oh, I press again, dagnabbit.
Objection!
There we go. Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? Whoa, he's revving up his scooter! You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books? He's raring. Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say the Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once, and yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unless it's a book about Phoenix's victories. Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm the 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun. It's DL6. The not Manfred von Karma is hiding the bullet wound in his shoulder or something again.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? His little wiggle's good on this point. Ah! You should know the answer to that already. I should. During the previous trial, as an oxygen tank was presented as evidence, we've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. I called that. I was saying that that had to be ruptured by a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. Now, do we have to prove that this bullet does not fit this hole? Okay. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. Which is not this bullet. What? Oxygen tank data updated in the court record. The rifling marks also match up. There is no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Okay. He ate it. Yeah, he ate the bullet. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us which the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction, gone, all gone. No, Phoenix, you know by now. You have the years of experience to teach this little boy how it's done. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? No, not at all. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, it does not. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh. Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene? The little boy.
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In the floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's .38 calibers. That means... Exactly. One more person must have been present there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. Ugh. Yeah, look, it's a segue. And it revved its guts out somehow. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. The third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Ha ha ha! Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? The double shots and everything. Foolish old geezer. So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along? Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give accurate testimony. What I really saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Hold on a minute. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who is cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Space Boy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with him.
Objection!
Or down the trash chute. Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. Exactly! The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? I mean...
Objection!
There was a lot of objections there indeed. Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. I did forget all about that. Come on, Phoenix. Get good. By now you have the experience. You're older. Look, your boldness. How deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced a third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us, just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. I knew it, he's hiding a bullet. So does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize it to your boldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls. Are you really trying to pull this on us now? Or is this real? Ugh!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your boldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. I was about to say, they could do that. Are you sure? In that case. How did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? Bruh. That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh wow, look at that. There's one extra Yorkshire star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. Yeah, he has a segue on. He's had a segue from the start. His intro was glorious. It's beginning to feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Okay.
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information? Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I could tell you all about the Hat One Miracle.
Hold it!
We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident. I see. You want to know about incidents? Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
Hold it!
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony. Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later. If I must. Well, we peeked through the control room door and...
Hold it!
But it was so dark you couldn't see this figure's face. Isn't that right? Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the Hat One launch 7 years ago... If it's about that Hat One miracle again, you can sod off and tell it to a stray mutt. Ha ha ha! Excellent idea. No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness. And so they shall, but first your testimony, what happened next?
Hold it!
So, in other words, you were fired out while you were at the control room door. That is correct. There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right? Yes, it was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet a figure fired hit me while I was in the control room. And as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor. In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. While he was there, he was shot at by someone with a 10 caliber gun. But the bullet hit his medal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm king of all the cosmos. Do I have anything? You're still in the control room. I feel like you'd have to be out of the control room because the control room door would be locked, right? That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing I can think of to present.
Objection!
That's not it. Do I just go where the bullet dropped? Because it says discovered in a gutter.
Objection!
Yeah, that's it. Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this court a glorious lie. A great man like me? Tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? My accusation is based on the positions of people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun on you from this position, then the bullet would have travelled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Yeah, his own spins! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullet hit his medal? Of guess there is no mistake.
Objection!
And in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? All of this yeah, just channel the dead guy. Done. You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? I swear, Spirit of Justice has to have Maya come back. And then it's just every case is like, oh, we called the dead guy and he said who the killer was. Easy case. You're in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You're looking into the lounge from the door to the south, is that not right? He's spinning again. He spins you right round like a record, baby, right round. Well, what are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some other use than housing that bird's nest. Yeah, I mean, there will be extenuating circumstances, but... Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Ah, that makes sense, actually. Why did that one sound different? The sound alert's going crazy. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favourable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director, if you don't tell the truth this time? Yikes! His handcuffs! you will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. He's Revenant. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. Well, what? I knew that was going to happen. That's the complete opposite of all the testimonies given so far. And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer wouldn't have escaped through there. It's Scooter versus Sword. Let's go. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos's fingerprints. So, me, Director Cosmos, bad guy? In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. Ah! But my third person just disappeared like one of Trucy's magic tricks. He didn't say which one. Yeah, okay. Nah. Order in the court. Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You're covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? It looks like we come to a conclusion. At the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person has crumbled. No! The trash chute! It's over. Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. This is where your brain works the best, Phoenix. Thanks. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking right now. Just do it instead of saying you have to turn your thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if their premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. This is a Phoenix Wright case. You can't go declaring not guilty. There is still one possibility. Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright. There's one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene, and that person will be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, well, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos. Gah. What? What? Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you'll explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and... saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. Gah, I've been hit on the starboard side! Captain Wright, that's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. To Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. Yeah, this guy's also doing this similar thing that Starbuck was doing. My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
He's been a Sackite already. Imagine being a Sackite into Ace Attorney. But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. Yeah. Yeah, if Director Cosmos is the third person or a Blackwell saw, the third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! Seems like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. Hang on, I'm not sure about this. There's something. The lighter.
Take that!
That's wrong. Okay. Which would it be? I was going, does he have a lighter with the Earth emblem? Hmm?
Take that!
I'm not sure. Oh, if we compare to the bullet from Arm's gun, we could see if the mark on his chest is right.
Take that!
Yeah, the 38 caliber bullet found on the floor of the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos's metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. Gah, the bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandon ship. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle I'm not going down yet. Stop this at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say, well, a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders of me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Yeah, but the cosmos revolves around me! Ah, someone get me off this thing! That's crazy. Order in the court. And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? He's certainly revolving, yeah. I think so far the story doesn't hit the greats of the original Phoenix trilogy, but what they do with the 3D models and the craziness and the ideas that they put into it is really fun still. But I'm going to see when we get to the end, because I'm thinking about the Phoenix Wright trilogy holistically with the spanning character arcs and all that through it. Whew, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. There we go. It's made under pressure. 5.5. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big lie tell the truth. To be continued. And we will stop here for time.